Genuinely. Am I trading? No way. This is outrageously cool. No way. This is so cool. Oh, the Orbis things. Oh, if only I brought my diamonds and stuff, I probably could have got some decent trades out of them. Like, these guys are probably really wanting to trade stuff. And everyone likes me. Even though I just killed whoever was guarding the front door, everyone seems to like me. So these are all the things I've seen. Mate, I've been bird watching. Lifer. We got a lifer. We got a lifer duck. Oh, look, I'm remembering stuff everywhere I go. I'm remembering this guy. How can I forget him? He's so ugly and so terrible at fighting. What sort of thing is that? A moss horn. Come on, then. Seems like I found some kind of structure and it looks mean. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, it's a little bit mean. Not sure what the best strategy is here with this many. Oh, do I drop the special? Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe I should give up ground. Where is Q? Run away. My energy can't increase while I'm blocking. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, there's one of the mage things.
The combat looks good.
Oh.
It's got enough of a beautiful
Whatever I'm
RPG
doing
feel
here
to
has
it.
to
I
be
might buy
worthwhile,
it.
surely. But there has to be a reason. They have to be guarding something. Is it just these emeralds? A small chest? A fruit skewer? A fruit skewer? A rusty iron short bow? Okay. Oh, there's the good chest. There it is. I knew there had to be something here. But I'll be honest, it's not really providing me with much. I've almost definitely run past some kind of chest. And the comment section will be blasting me for it. Oh, another chest. Just a whole bunch of leather, which is useful. What on earth is this thing? How do I keep finding things that are awesome? This is a work in progress. Absolutely fine. I've got to say, I do quite like the fogginess and I like the atmosphericness that is happening here. What was that demon thing?
I like the combat.
I'm sorry, did you see that? What is that? Do I want to know what it is?
No, probably not.
I fear I might be about to find out. That is horrendous. That's a bear. Whoa! Everything's just gone really crazy, really quick. Oh my goodness, everything's gone really, really crazy, really quick. What is that? Hello? What the heck was that thing? Just when I think I'm getting good at the game, I think it's time for me to go to bed. Life is good. And we should now be in business to potentially start building a little house. I think it's time that we pop into a testing world to see what blocks we have available to us. Oh my goodness. I'm really excited then. But I can't seem to interact with the lever at this point in time. That does hint towards there being some sort of wiring being introduced eventually. Regardless, I hate to say it, I have kind of spoiled my blind playthrough a tiny bit here because I was flicking through all of the blocks and things and I stumbled upon the thorium stuff. Annoyingly, I read this description right here and it mentions about sun-scorched deserts and arid badlands. It's basically telling me where to find thorium, which is something that I was scratching my head over. So I guess that's kind of spoiled things a little bit, but when we return to the survival world, I will go out and gather some. For now, I'm actually most interested in these blocks here. I mean, this is a pretty awesome little gradient. This is a pretty beautiful gradient. In fact, I think I want to build the base of my house out of blocks a little bit like this. And then I can do wood for the top, and then maybe a little bit of this stuff for all of the roof and everything. Oh, I love the ropes. And all of these bits and bobs. Right, it's time to head off in search of thorium. I cannot see any evidence of badlands currently, so I guess that's probably why it's difficult to get. It seems like it's quite far away. I think I've sorted my food well enough. I think I have everything that I could need. It's difficult. I'm still so unfamiliar with this game that I'm like not sure on the stuff that I actually have to have on me. Wait a minute.
Oh, what was that? It was like you dragged me off the cliff from the nearby chest. I was not walking off that cliff.
This is a feature that I would very much like to see in my... That is genius. I wonder what the radius is. Oh my goodness. That is outrageously cool, and that solves all sorts of inventory issues. I'm rolling out. Have I revealed any Badlands? No. Oh, this could be a bit of a mission. Wow. Oh. Is this a little camp, or was the light level low enough that they could start spawning? They're bad-looking lands, and it looks like there's one of those things. I've spotted a lobster. Look at this guy. Oh, it feels like the terrain is getting a little bit more hostile. This is a really pretty one. Do I fight the guy? I mean, it is pretty enjoyable. Oh, that felt good. Oh, copper daggers. I can actually try those out without having to waste my resources.
Was that all?
Not bad. Roast vegetable. I'm filling up my inventory before I've even gone to the place that I'm trying to get to. Okay. Seems like we have some mildly hostile mobs dotted around the Badlands. Definitely feels like this is a place that is slightly more scary. Do I have to go to the proper
Yes, I'm done.
Probably. Yeah, probably have to go to the proper Badlands, right? I don't think I'm in the full Badlands just yet. What is that? Is a saber-toothed tiger? I'm in trouble. He's a smart one. He's a smart...
Wait,
well, he's kind of stalking me. Definitely thought I could have...
combat in the mobs
thank goodness for
good.
That was really intense, actually. Looks like we've got ourselves a bit of a structure here. Is this a different portal, or is it... like, would this portal take me to the same place? Or would it take me to some kind of Badlands portal? I don't know. I mean, the guy seems the same. Oh, I should have seen him winding up for that. What on earth happened there? Come on now! No! Oh, why did I pick up my bed? Oh, I mean, I did look at my energy. Maybe I had just used up all of my blocking power, and then he wiped out my blocking on the first hit, but he was going for the triple. And he's swinging. Oh, a horse! Well, this seems like a much more effective way of traveling. We're back. I don't know how to get off.
There's a horse?
All is well. I'm lagging up a storm. It's probably because all my items down there. Okay, he definitely does more damage. What is that? That's like insane! I regret everything! Why did I not set my spawn again? Oh my goodness. Do not like that. Do not like that.
I'm done with this place. I don't have to be here anymore.
I don't like it. I just hate the way it looks. Oh.
And I'm done.
God, that takes all my focus. I'd say there's significantly more threat in this game. Like, my anxiety level while playing this is much higher. I feel like there's death around every single corner. I'm assuming he doesn't take... Yeah, he's not going to be hurt by that, is he? Come on. Oh, he's got the headbutt. So what is that? What is that he's doing? That's what I'm curious about. What is that he is currently doing? Because he is deploying some kind of amazing attack that I'm unfamiliar with. Come on, come on. He's slow to attack, so I can just keep hitting him. He's backed me into a corner. Yes! Come on. He just dropped cobblestone. Are you serious? That's totally cool. I'm happy to have beaten him. Let's go. The one thing that I don't actually have, that is actually so useful. Got more essence of life. Bit of aubergine. Your boy's getting some eggplant. Come on now. I'm decked out in full iron. Here's the question. Is it the same Forgotten Temple? Let's have a look. It is the same Forgotten Temple. But the good thing is I can clock in my memories. I've seen a lot of things. Oh, so you're trading essence of life for things. Look at all those memories that I've got. Fantastic. I don't know what any of that means, but fantastic. Right, thorium. Thorium, thorium, thorium. I'm going to try and keep my distance from all the things. Excuse me? I didn't think he was... Am I about to get killed by a cactus? Come on! There it is! That's thorium, right? It's green. Come on, come on. No way is it out on the surface like that. That's crazy. That is absolutely wild if that is the case. Thorium ore. Are you joking me? This is... Mate, easy. Easy. Easy to gather a bunch. You just kind of have to brave... You just have to brave the area. Why do I feel like I'm walking into an incredibly dangerous area? I mean, it's probably the giant bones everywhere. Desolate basin. I'm like in thick mud. Gosh. Oh! 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 Oh, no! No, I don't like that at all! That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen! That's making me feel sick! Why are they there? Stop it! Stop that! Stop that now, I'm in a wasp's nest. I feel physically ill. This is making me squirmish. Is that the queen? Oh, I hate everything about this. I hate everything about this. Oh, it's so horrible.
The world is worth fighting for.
Do I have a cooking station? Scavenger matron helmet.
Oi!
Goat food bait, seed animal husbandry, farm animal pillow, climbing rose. Farm soil. Seed bed, but I need farm soil. Well, I don't know. The fog quality actually matters, yeah. In the game Enshrouded, what settings in the display settings have the most performance on impact? Sorry. Impact on performance. There we go. Performance is much, much better. I like AI. It sometimes has really good answers. It's like, wow, like that performance is way better. Was it the fog? I think it is. And the fog still looks good. It still looks really good. It looks a bit pixelated, and I think it's because I dropped the LSS down. I don't think I want that. I'm going to keep it at quality. A little bit better there. Shadows still look really good, but those were the culprits. I was like, man, my frames are not so good. It's hard to find water in the world, and I want to make potions. Wait, this chest respawn. Makeshift daggers. Whoa. Damn. Relax. I got stuck. Oh my god. There, a water pouch. Let's go make potions. Maybe that's what I have to do now. Maybe you can't do wells. Maybe you have to, break through. It is cool how you can farm it all. It is cool. Entrance is how I want. So I gotta worry about my inventory. How are my bandages? Bandages are okay, but I want to carry a second stack of bandages here. Carry a second stack of
Hey!
Got 7 waters. In the game Enshrouded, where do I get water in the early game? I also need penny buns. I need to go out looking for penny buns right now. I like this game. It reminds me of Rust when I first played it. Like, you actually do have to go do stuff to, like, get forward, and I like that. I'm gonna go out and look for penny buns right now. Plus, they're a lot more respectful of your time. I suppose I could just make fucking bandages or whatever. And bandages, like, make some string. Yeah, make bandages is easy enough. The game has a lot of exploration. Oh, Long Keep. This is the very first ruined... Oh, okay. In Long Keep, just south of me, there's a well in the center of the town. I was like, didn't I find a well somewhere? And I did. I definitely did. So I want to get up there, I guess. I suppose the easiest way to do that would be... Right, well, I guess you can actually get up there. Yeah, you can get up here. So... take out the... I like this game. I like this game a lot. It is a really good game. Maybe I'll put a lot of time into this game. Arrows. Here's some kind of cave. Oh, there's a throughway, okay. I should have made another torch while I was there, or like 2, maybe 2. I'm gonna just do this with my sword. Voice is too loud. I don't know if pets should make more voices at all. My eyes adjusted, like my player's eyes adjusted once I was in a cave. Cool. I like this game more than Icarus. I think it's definitely better than Nightingale. Nightingale's good, but it's clunky. This game isn't clunky. I did not know this was here, I don't think. There's a flame shrine, is there? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. I hit stone. Oh yeah, and I just dug upwards, didn't I? Oh. I went way west. Reminds me of like a good version of No Man's Sky. I wish No Man's Sky had the combat this game does. I think No Man's Sky has more content, but this game has like better. Oh, I'm out of stamina. I'll have to wait. wall save was a terrible idea. Fucking deep did I go in? Like, what? Like, the top of this thing should have been, like... I'm gonna turn right here. The top of this thing. Nope. I feel like I'm almost there. The sun is glinting off her shoulders, but there it is. It's like 7 Days to Die, but good. No! No! Ugh. That takes you flying in the wrong direction most of the time. It's dumb. You need to fix it. See? Well... I spent all day, like, digging, but I don't mind digging. It's kind of fun, honestly. Now I'm up on the top of this thing, and I'm trying to get to the flame shrine. And I think I've got to this flame shrine before, but I definitely wanted a way to it. Like I wanted like a way to definitely reach it. Maybe I haven't been here. Oh! Oh. Where am I? Oh no. Oh, there. I've been here before. I think I have. No, I've not been here, I guess. Spark 2, huh? Spark times 2. Cool. Oh, so it takes it. No, it doesn't take it off the map, but then there's Peaceful Acres. There's another flame shrine and a flame sanctum. There's a chest right there. Wolves are good. Fireball 1. Oop. Quite fun. Walking is good. Good kitty. Come on. Yeah, it's getting cold outside. We should get you inside where it's warm. We don't want you getting a cold, kitty. Yeah, a little bit too cold out there for you. Yeah. Oh, sissy, I love you. Yeah, it's a good day. Oh, did my headphones die? Oh, I think they did. Damn it. It's only been like 5 hours. Go. Yeah, you happy, kitty? Yeah, but just make sure you're not too cold, you know? It's like 40 degrees out there. I think I want to change the settings a little bit. Will it log me back in here? It probably won't. I'll have to come back here. But I mean, I left myself a way to get there. Rusty one-handed sword with 14 damage. One of the things that makes this game easier to play is New World's dead. I want something to fill that hole. This game's almost like that. It's like you can loot everything. It's a chamber pot in the... Oh no, it's a chamber pot. It's a box over a pot. And it's kind of gross, but it's... I never thought about doing a box like that. It's just a stool with a hole in it over a pot. Good makeshift toilet. Up if I wanted to. Maybe I could. Let's see. How you would get up there is beyond me, and if there's anything in there is the other thing. I think you would have to come and jump from above. Yeah, hey kitty. like this house. I like how it's designed. Honeycombs in those trees. If I could get up there, I could soar down to it, and there might be something on the top of that house. Is that a wolf? Yes, it is. Hi, kitty. Yeah? What's up? A lot of wolves right there. Ooh, lots of wolves and zombies and stuff. Rookmore. No, this isn't Rookmore. This is Peaceful Acres. There's fog monsters here. Hi, kitty. How are you today? Oh, look, we can pause it. It's awesome. Hi, kitty. I love you so much. You are a good kitty. How are you today? Did you have a good time outside for like 5 hours? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, look at this cute kitty. I love you so much. Yeah. Oh, this cute kitty. Well, get yourself some good lap, kitty. You bumped my camera, kitty. Oh, it's getting dark. You bumped my camera, kitty. Ah. So one of the things I have to do is go up here. I'll come back here. Oh, my happy kitty. Oh, you bumped my camera. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we are going west to the Night Shrine. Oh, kitty, what's wrong? Oh, fireflies. How's all that? Yeah. I didn't know that was there. Oh, oops. The Night Sanctum. These guys come out at night, I guess? See, this game is good. It's got like a whole different world at night, and I didn't know. legendary tainted axe. Nice. That's a better item, I think. I really like this sword's like swing rate, so let's go C. It's a melee weapon. Scrap access tool. 39 damage, 23. Let's see how fast it swings, but it's a one-hander. Oh, that's very bad. Ah. Yeah, I think I like this better because it's got a better swing rate. It's got good damage for a one-hander, and I can block with the shield, which feels better for me. This is more my style. This game. It's very video gamey. Executioner's Axe. 34 damage. It's pretty good. Oh, and a crackling wand. It's a magic weapon with fire. It's got 15 damage. Mine does 15 too. This is a fire. It's got plus 4, 12%. Plus 2, 10% overcharge. This thing's better, so we'll salvage. I haven't used this weapon. This bow has 17 power. Same as my bow, but this Felon Paler bow has draw speed. Arrow speed. That's faster arrow speed. Is there anything else in this room? Panty shot. Camel toe. Boobies. So, I don't know. Oh, nope. Don't want that, though. I think we're done here. I don't think the Knight's Sanctum goes any further, but we'll backtrack. Just to see. Yeah, I do believe we're done with this place, which is cool. Oh, this was cool. So, hi, kitty. I know you're unhappy and bored. I don't know what it's. I don't know what I can do. I don't know what I can do for you. Oh, my kitty. I think I'm gonna stop doing. Well, bandages are cool, but I'm gonna use mainly potions. Cool, it's like raining outside. Watch this. It's so cool.
Oi!
Yeah, it's all dawn. It's not raining anymore. Hi, beautiful kitty. Oh, my beautiful kitty, I love you so much. my lovely kitty. Okay, so I have to go to the eastern town. Might be faster to just go to the Cinder Ball. Let's see. Yeah, that was faster actually. Cinderval is a fast way to the well. My beautiful kitty. Panty shot. I think this dumb and shrouded wand is better than the Harry Potter wand somehow. I don't really understand how, but it is. So there's supposed to be a well in the center of Long Keep. There it is. So I can always drink from this, and it redoes my buff, I guess. So I can always get a buff here if I want. Enshrouded. How to fill water pouch at well. Quick item wheel. Oh, next slot. I see, so. Quick item wheel. Okay, so... Oh, I got water. Very good. How hard is it to get here from my house from this direction? I want to make me a lot of potions. Gotta find a lot of penny caps. Good kitty, I love her so much. Not that easy. So I have to jump to the flame shrine. Or whatever it's called, the bonfire.
Hello.
I can fill 2 pouches. don't like the sound it made. It's one thing, but I don't know. What else did I blow up? I don't think I blew anything else up. Oh, at least I fixed it. It's better in here without that loud bonfire. Though I did like how it gave like heat to the whole house. God damn it. I don't like your system. Get out of it. I like the torches, they look pretty good. Now I have to go find penny bombs. Wait, there's $90 more thousand in the wall safe. Get it. Bonfire is nice, but it's too loud. Enshrouded, best place for penny buns. I think I can see them. I think I can see them. At least I thought I saw them. Penny bun. Looking around for penny buns so I can make health mushroom or health potions. I think I want to change the settings, believe it or not. This game isn't hard enough. Oh, did you quit the title? You did. Why? Yeah, it was good. Play again. Trying to go out the menu. Are gonna die right here. So annoying. I want enemy damage super high. Super high. Yeah, I want the difficulty all the way up. Enshrouded. What is an elixir well? I broke through the spider web. Nice, that repairs my torch, does it? That's good. I don't like long TTK anymore. The games are long enough. The mobs shouldn't take longer than 5 to 20 seconds. I like this dungeon, it's cool. It's not very complicated, but combat's good. Ooh, what's that? The TTK is a little low, but there's a lot of these mobs in here. With the aggro turned off, it would have just been like the entirety of the whole dungeon, I think. TTK seems a little low. We're gonna return to main menu. Enemy health is a quarter what it was. Maybe we keep it at normal. Or I don't know, maybe half what they think. No, it's gonna be 100%. Let's see. I'm happier with these games. Like they actually like get me to play them. There's a bunch of games like Final Fantasy where I just sit there, you know. Or I don't ever sit there really, but. Oh, it's honey. So they brought me back. I was currently working on that flame shrine. I'm learning that it always returns you to the center or your last flame shrine. I don't mind the glide. It's actually sort of fun. Since I'm so full, I'll go back and dump all that stuff. That's right, yeah. I think a 3x3 would have been better than this huge design. Or no, I don't know. 5x5 is about right for all the beds and all the chests and everything.
Right.
I came back because I'm full. Getting towards family dinner here. Oh, I need berries. Music is so good. Oh, I went to the wrong place. There. Oh no, I'm going to this thing, huh? Oops. Ooh, a new axe. Come on, damage. 21. It's a two-handed with 21. No good. Yeah, I mean it's nice, but unfortunately. Enshrouded. Is it wise to keep every weapon that I find, or will I need them later, or can I just salvage? Enshrouded. How to improve weapons at the blacksmith. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Jesus Christ, I didn't read. Cool, it's a water balloon. Oh, I can make water pouches. Ooh. Oh, I like this game a lot. Look, you can just dump... Oh, legendary runes. 21 out of 67 runes. Now it takes legendary runes. Enshrouded, how to farm runes in the early game. Oh, every time that you... Talk about enshrouded salvage efficiency. Is it better to go to the blacksmith, or can I do it just from my inventory? Enshrouded is a lot better than I thought. It's got that Fallout legendary system in it, and I didn't realize. That makes it a lot more attractive to me. Beautiful night. Look at that moon. Dawn. So if I sleep here, I get 18 minutes of a rested buff. Liquid gives you 5 stamina, 10 mana regen. That's good to know. Grilled wolf meat gives you 60 health. Available stuff that are already being digested. Oh, I have a skill point, but I'm saving up for water aura. Okay, water aura is the best skill in the game. That's why I bought to it. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm saving up for this. It's going to take me 2 levels, but when I get it, it's going to break the game for me. Beautiful day. I gotta go get water, and suddenly I'm sucked into the Rust Fallout 76 survival thing again, and Enshrouded finally managed to bite me. It took me a while. I'm feeling that survival vibe. I can turn the difficulty all the way up to Inferno or whatever, so yeah, maybe I should just make the difficulty like harder. Return to main menu. I'm gonna put my headphones back in just because you know, I'm gonna plug them in when I'm eating dinner, and yeah, I might as well have them on for another 20 minutes or whatever. Camera direction, character such as camera direction, camera smoothing on. I could also drop my bodies, but that would just piss me off. I don't like dropping body. I know it's a big part of the game, but I don't really like it. A big part of this game is the fear of running back to your body naked. But I mean, I don't care for running back to my body. I think it's a really dumb premise in the first place. Can I just turn off her voice? I don't want to hear her grunts or anything. Or the NPC voices. It's not like there's really much talking in this game. I think I'm gonna make my push to talk button T. Enemy damage is all the way up. If I get hit, I fucking die. I want to be better at not getting hit at all. Enemy health should be twice what it normally is, but not like 400. I think 400 is just... Because I was just complaining about TTK. I think 100% makes sense to keep it at 100, because then it, like, that's what they wanted at all game. I was gonna turn this up. Let's see what it's like all the way up. I'll go back to that spider dungeon. There's a well-known chest that you can farm. I like DLAA more, like the latency is higher, but the game looks way better. It doesn't have that terrible DLSS like glossy look to it. It does, but it's not as bad. Hide the helmet. Don't hide the gloves. Let's see what the legs look like. Yeah. Maybe a bit better. Maybe she looks a bit better. I don't know. I don't like the way her pants look. Yeah, I just like this more. I wonder why. Looking for penny bonds. It's kind of early in the day. I like the weather and the dark light system. It's good like Rust. They're even with the TTK up by 1 shot, so, but those are just rats. They're probably just 1 shot anyways. The difficulty, I'm sorry, the sound of the UI is rather high. I'm going to pull it down like a 30 or something. That's from my sound. Here we go. Wooden arrows. Can I salvage those? No. I like it more than Zelda. I like it more than Dark Souls. It's weird. Why couldn't Dark Souls actually have good combat like this? It does have good combat, but it's just too chunky and clunky. This is crisp. Look how crisp it is. It's like, rah, rah, rah. Like, Elden Ring can be this crisp, but not at the start of the game. Probably at the end of the game, you're like this. This game just gives you that at the start of the game. That feels a bit more right, although a goat, I don't know if a goat should take that many hits. So this grappling hook chest, you want to always come to it every time you come in, I guess. Bandages. But I need a gold chest, which is harder to do. Oops. Bandages, but I mean, free bandages aren't that bad. Of all the things to give me, I think bandages and string are probably the best, like, low-level items to give me. Free wood here in the barrels, like a lot of wood. This is way better. I like the numbers. They're easier to understand. Oh. No, I don't drop anything. But good news is I'm back here again. TTK is a little long, but I do like how challenging it is. It's good for me. Oh, that's the whole thing. Oh, I did drop. I dropped like a ton of stuff. Oh, okay, I don't drop. So I don't drop, my like items, but I do drop all that loot. I see, okay. So that makes more sense. I do want to drop loot on death. Cool. It's like Fallout, you drop your junk, not your... Get out of it, get out of it! What? There. Oops. Tap to view. Oops. Oops. Hey, sorry. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna scoop the box and come up. Alright, let back. I love this game. Okay, guys, I'm going to family dinner. We'll be gone about, 60, 90 minutes, somewhere around there, depending. And I will be back for the rest of the evening until 1 o'clock or so around there. So I'll be back here probably around like 8 o'clock or so p.m. PST. And yeah, and so and I'll play probably some Starfield, honestly. And yeah, and I'm gonna get into what's here made here, so I can. Oh yeah, never mind. I don't have passive things running on this server yet. I've got to find a logging beaver. Eh. Okay, I'm gonna pause this video and. Alright, Z606, we're gonna switch out here. Okay, time to play some Starfield. What's up, guys? How are you? It's 8:07 p.m. I'm back from dinner, and we will do some more. Oh, give me my mouse, piece of shit.
They didn't have to do this. Thankfully, they're pretty rubbish. That would be so embarrassing if I now die because I said they were rubbish. Oh, I massively dislike this. I kind of like how disgusting it is, but equally I am disgusted. This cave is full of stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I really don't like these things. All right, how much thorium does one man need? Feels like I'm getting a decent amount. Let's get these last few bits of thorium. And I think I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. I really don't want to get too close to those lava frog things. So even though there is a bunch of good stuff there, I can also just see death, and that doesn't sound that enjoyable. I mean, there's just no way to not draw comparisons to Minecraft. Feels very similar in terms of aesthetic, but I would say it plays actually quite differently in that it feels a lot more like a traditional game. Like obviously there is a lot of building involved, and I am excited to interact with the building elements, but in terms of like how the game plays, it just feels like a more traditional game. It is guiding you in these certain directions. It feels like there's more of an objective than Minecraft, and that isn't necessarily a good or bad thing. I think one critique that I often hear of Minecraft is that there's no real objective, there's no real reason to do anything, and I personally really like that. That's like one of my favorite things about Minecraft, the fact that you're just dropped off in a pretty empty world, and then you have to create your own story and own universe within it. It is literally like being given a blank canvas. This feels a little bit less like that. It feels like a game where obviously it's been lived in. You can see that there's much more structures around. There's definitely some lore elements going on that I absolutely haven't touched on or haven't really understood so far. I've just been too busy trying to survive. But it is definitely pushing you to explore. It seems as though there's biome-specific resources and structures that you need to visit to be able to progress any further in the game. At least that is my initial read from these very first impressions. We're back. We're back at the little abode, which is extremely humble at this point in time. I think it's probably time that I put away some of these resources. Well, I guess get some of these resources smelted up. Nice. Okay. I was wondering that I might need to upgrade my furnace for these, but it seems like I'm doing okay. This chest at the end here, this is going to be my valuable resources chest, so I'm going to start dumping all of my good stuff in there, or all of the things that I perceive to be good. Oh my goodness, to upgrade my anvil, I need tons of stuff. Specifically light leather. The local rabbits best be breeding as the simile would suggest, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. I mean, I might as well give it a go. Oh, is he trying to kick me? Also light hide. What else is there? Is that a cow? Seems like a lot of things drop hide, which is great. Sweet. Okay. I mean, if I compare this to Minecraft right now, it has taken me an entire day to get halfway through the skill tree of weapons, and I haven't even looked at pickaxes or any of the other bits yet. Whereas Minecraft, definitely after a full day of playing, I would be in full diamond armor, full diamond gear. Now, I guess I have a lot of experience playing Minecraft, and even though I'm not the best at it, I'm certainly not a speedrunner, I do know how to get those things, so I suppose if I was to do this again, I would probably be more effective. But still, I think this shows a clear difference in the way this game sort of scales, what the progression tree is looking like. I actually can't quite believe all the random bits and bobs that you need to upgrade some of these workbenches. Oh, I guess I hadn't actually considered upgrading my general workbench. I do have an awfully large amount of iron, so maybe that's something worth doing. I'm still so shocked that this knows about this iron all the way over here. So cool. Iron is coming out of the furnace. Let's go. Why am I so excited about this? There we go. It looks the same. I kind of expected it to have like a bunch of particle effects and like a shinier anvil or something, but that's fine. That's fine because I can now get myself a thorium sword. I've got the medium leather. I've got this. I mean, come on now. Come on now. I am extremely curious how powerful this is. I need to go and find something to kill. I mean, it looks sweet. Like, it looks seriously cool. Okay. Is that boss thing back? He is! Yes! He's respawned! Go on then! Let's go.
Attack him or...
I mean, I would say that was pretty good. That guy is definitely much less hardcore than the other one. Now I think I'm going to get myself set up with a really cool base. But not before I absolutely demolish this chicken. Whoa, the one shot. Okay, let's think of block palettes here quickly. So we've got this slightly darker tree. Initially, I was going to go for these colors. And I'm still kind of considering it. You know, like those sorts of colors for the bottom bit and then a little wooden bit up at the top. But I don't know. I'm going to be honest, I'm actually starting to think, as I'm observing it with my beady eyes, that this tree is potentially, it's just not quite right. And I think it would look better if this build was just on top of this. There is a chance I may end up regretting this, but I feel like I'm making the right choice here. I still have time, but no, I think this is the correct choice. Okay, that was less dramatic than I expected.
Couldn't you fix the trees, like the trees falling? That would be like the one thing in Minecraft that needs to be done. Yeah, seeing like, it's like you're playing Minecraft with a good combat system.
Don't tell me I'm gonna have to take out the whole tree now. There we go. Oh, it feels so much brighter and nicer up here. Now, if I want to do any sort of crafting, what do I need? I'm assuming a builder's workbench, any tree trunk, any stone, craft, and does that allow me to make things like, I don't know, planks, stairs, all those sorts of bits and bobs?
Hi,
okay,
kitty.
so if I put in
Come see me.
this,
Sit in my lap.
yeah, all right.
Good kitty.
Okay, I'm liking it. I'm liking the ability to change the steepness of my roof. That has me a little bit excited, not gonna lie. I will say I don't like the darkness of the oak, so I wonder if... we could go for birch? Okay, a cobblestone roof. Not bad. I'm also going to upgrade my workbench. I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know what it's going to give me access to, but I like the sound of it. It gave me access to, of course, thorium hatchet and stuff like that. Thorium pickaxe. Oh, and I've got enough stuff. Oh, 100%. And my pickaxe is almost broken. 100% I'm doing that.
Oh, kitty.
That is a beauty. So now, I guess if I'm thinking gradients-wise, actually, because I want an overhanging section, the dark spot will actually be on the top, so the light is going to be on the bottom. If I open my builder's workbench, I can actually swap these out for these. Wonderful. Easy. They can make their way round. This is going to look super cool. So this makes its way around like this. Nice. Oh yeah, that looks kind of cool. And then I actually probably do want to swap some of these back. I guess I don't have to do the whole thing every single time. But yeah, I want to introduce some noise into it. So it's just like this. Wait, can I crack these and then just leave it like that? How long does that stay? Okay. I was just wondering. I didn't know it was like a permanent thing. Nice, cool. That looks good. I like it. Let's pop down to the bottom and see how it's looking like in terms of on the actual landscape itself. I mean, it's a completely unhinged place to have your house.
Oh, no kitty.
But I think that is part of the reason why I think it's cool. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I wonder... I mean, some of these... Okay, so these just turn into rubble. So this is almost like gravel. And then this is chalk, which I think is just a bit too bright. Yeah, definitely. What sort of color does the birch wood go? Does it stay this sort of gray color? Because it's pretty cool. But equally, if it goes that color, also pretty cool. And it is a decently easy job getting lots of it. Let's have a look. Oh, that is a nice looking block texture, and I especially really like this. Okay, yeah, I think we have something there. Oh, and the chalk will probably go pretty well with it. Should we craft all of those? Yeah, let's do it. I'm not going to stick with any of the logs. I kind of want to make sure that everything looks a little bit wonky. It's almost like it is a shack on the top of a hill. But I do quite like where we're at. I think I could actually do with making some kind of fancy stuff, or like, I mean, it really does depend how we can orientate these things, right? Like, I'm curious about the beams. Okay, so they kind of hang down Just because I'm very aware it's really overhanging. Ooh, okay. I mean, the problem is in the middle. There's nothing that I can push up against the edge. I guess in Minecraft, again, we have like trapdoors, which it does seem like we do have those there. A gate doesn't seem like the right thing. There are trapdoors, but they are colored a certain way. I think there probably is vertical slabs, right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Thing is, what's funny is I'm not used to having the ability to have vertical slabs, so I'm almost not that good at knowing like how to deal with that. Yeah, I kind of think it looks a bit weird. You know what the answer is? This whole thing can be vertical slabs. The overhang is too aggressive. The whole thing can be vertical slabs. That solves the problem, right? It's going to be like a skinny little house. The vertical slabs don't have to be the detail. They can be the build. Doesn't mean I've got a lot of chopping to do. And I will say the chop speed in this game, I've got a lot of progress to make on my tools. It's going to be based on block direction, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that does make life annoying. Okay, is there a block rotator tool? This feels like the sort of game that has that sort of thing, like a wrench type thing. What would it even be? Okay, I guess it just means I need to find a block that is pretty fast for me to demolish. That should do us. Really, really nice. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think this is going somewhere. Yeah, I do think I want to add in a little bit of like dithering to the texture, so I think I'm going to throw in a bit of chalk. That seems like quite a nice block. Well, why does it keep going downwards?
There's no bed on this ship.
What? Why are these ones going this way? These ones go this way. Okay. That's really useful, except...
I don't have fiber.
Except I don't seem to be able to get it to rotate horizontally. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Wait a second, how are they horizontal? What? How are they horizontal? How are some of them horizontal and some of them vertical? There we go. And then, I mean, I guess I could do like a line of birch logs going across like this. I mean, how does that look? Kind of weird because of these. So I keep pressing the C key because that's the zoom key that I normally have, but it flips it around, and for some reason it always just looks like I'm doing something awkward. I think it's my shifty eyes. Okay, now I feel like I'm going crazy. How am I now placing these vertically? It doesn't even appear to be a way that I placed it thing. Okay, let me try and work this out. Logs work like that. The plank's not the same. Not the same. Interesting. Okay. What about if it's just directional? Nope. Nope. Okay. What about if I place it like this? Still no. Wow. There has to be something. Really? What am I doing differently? I can't work this out. I've broken my own rule of Googling something about the game. Even Reddit doesn't know the answer to this one, so I guess I'll just have vertical for the top. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. I think I get away with it slightly because of this line. Kind of looks cool. It's like a little old barn. Like this is what I kind of want it to look like. An almost weather-beaten barn. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Adding some more wonkiness to it is the way to go. It's always the way to go. This is a really tricky build. Oh no, it's pretty adorable actually. It's actually really adorable. It's actually really quite cute. I will say I am finding this really, really enjoyable. Partly because I just have totally new blocks and new sort of building mechanics to play around with. Finally. Yes. Finally. Finally. Happy. Maybe just a few extra detail blocks down the side here, just a couple of slabs and things. There we go. That should do it for windows in here. It's a bit cramped. A handful of those and a handful of these again. And I think I'm going to swap out just a couple of sections of the roof for little bits, a little bit like that. Yeah, there you go. There we go. That is pretty cool. And then if I put some of these little detailing bits on the front, how does that look? Doesn't quite work how I imagined it would, but that's fine. We can take this out. Might actually work better because we can take this out. I can walk down a little bit That is really, really nice. Oh, that's really, really nice. Let's get another couple of those in. Would I actually say it's a better game for building? That's actually a tricky question. I honestly don't know. I mean, I do know it has some crazy creative tools. That is the one thing that I have seen about this game, and that is exciting. It kind of has world edit almost built in, which I can imagine makes life quite easy. Okay, now I understand nothing. I understand nothing. Why is this one horizontal? Fine, I'll just ignore it. Nearly there, nearly there. Just a handful of windows going in place, a tiny little bit more texture in, and I think that just about does it. I mean, that is a very cute little house, isn't it? Look at that little place. That is absolutely adorable. Like, truly, truly adorable. That is probably one of the cutest starter bases I think I've ever made. And it looks incredibly adorable with the ducks and things flying about as well. Kind of fits in pretty perfectly with the landscape. Don't know how structurally sound it is, mind you. You know, don't get any engineers over. It definitely looks like it's teetering on the edge. I'm not sure on how good of a foundation that dirt is. But aside from that, gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks
Well, there we go. It is now 8 p.m. I have been on Hightail for...
So it's like a Minecraft sequel. I don't need that. The combat looked okay. You mean rob the ship? Nothing. Come on, give me a weapon. I like stealing. I like ticket things. What else do you have? I know you've got other things. Where's your ship's cabinet thingy? I can just have this. Ooh, white hot rounds. Sleep for 24 hours, whatever.
For the entire day, this has been my first day ever playing Hightail. It's been my first experience playing this game, and the first bit of information that I have about it. Oh, I need a door! Oh, this actually suits it quite well. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, team, I was not sure what to expect with this one. Like, I really, really wasn't. And honestly, I'm still not entirely sure how I feel. Like, I really have enjoyed today. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an incredibly smooth experience for a game so early in its development. I think it's very pretty, and I think it has some interesting mechanics that are different from what I'm used to. I'm happy with how my build came together. I've enjoyed myself, and I do really look forward to seeing where...
It was a good video. I don't think I want to watch these other videos, so bye.
Well, hello there, friends. It's January 17th. I gotta make sure I put that up on places because life is just moving very fast. And I am here to talk about the ICE tactics I have seen over the last week. And in order to help people, not just in Minneapolis, prepare for ICE, but really the rest of us who are not there, who are currently kind of just watching from the sidelines, horrified at what we are seeing. I'm not trying to be the humanist report here. I am here to expressly provide practical strategies and tactics, things that you can be doing now and in the future to prepare for this. Because that's what I'm doing in the background. For those of you new here, I'm AJ, aka Squid. I'm a motorcycle coach, trainer, educator, but professionally I am also a cybersecurity engineer. So I pay a lot of attention to stuff like this, what the cops are doing, what police are doing, and how policy and politicians handle our freedom, because that is of deep interest to me. And I hope it's of interest to you too. So the first thing to understand is that their tactics are escalating. After Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good a week or so ago, they have been given verbal immunity to everything by Trump, by Stephen Miller, by the full regime.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or tries to stop you, or tries to obstruct you, is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
From a legal perspective, I have no idea what the fuck this means, but what I want you to always remember is that this only works as long as the people who believe in this stay in charge formally in power. So if they're saying stuff like this, to me that says that is how they're thinking, that they're not going to have to leave power. Now, is that because they have some grand plan, or is that because they're just really only thinking one step ahead? I leave that up to interpretation, but I have my own beliefs that I think will become clear as we talk. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So of course, when you're given full immunity, you are going to escalate situations, and that is what we have seen now. It is like a full-on fucking war zone in Minneapolis.
Shame on you.
Listen, have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
Following federal agents.
Give me my phone
Following
back.
fucking
No, you
federal
can't
agents.
take my phone.
This is your warning. This is your warning.
For what? What is a dot boost fixer pack? What is that? That's like rehaul Starfield. Dot boost fixer pack. Oh. Oh, kitty, don't fall. Don't fall, kitty. You silly kitty. I love you.
Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations.
So let people go to
You did
church.
not learn from what just happened? You gotta move. Get out of the way.
I don't vote.
5 ICE officers approached my vehicle, boxed me in with their vehicles, and all 5 of them forcibly removed me from my car, threw me to the ground, which is where I got some of the road rash on my face. And I was detained at the Whipple Detention Center for approximately 10 hours yesterday.
I came across an ICE agent. They were turning onto a major highway, and as they were turning, I had a walk signal on and started crossing the street. And when I wasn't moving as quickly as they would like, both the driver and passenger jumped out of the car and they pulled weapons on us while they were driving, I might add. Not even pulled over, and fired rubber bullets.
Car crashes are happening constantly because ICE is hitting people intentionally and unintentionally and then just arresting them so they can get away with it. You're seeing a lot more violence. They're a lot more weapons free with their crowd control. When I'm talking about crowd control, I'm mainly talking about these 3 tools. So gas, which we have seen, there's various colors. I'm not an expert on this, but everything I have heard is that you need to avoid breathing this stuff in. If you're planning to be out there, now is a great time to get a gas mask of some form. Flashbangs are being deployed all the time, and although they are designed to just, be loud and incapacitate you, and I've been very, very close to one of these going off and having that happen, they're also extremely dangerous. It's like a grenade. There will be fragments of shrapnel near this device that can hit you, that can cut you open, that can hurt you seriously, burn you very badly.
Holy shit. Oh, fuck, man. Well, we're rolling. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I saw the poor family that had a flashbang thrown in their car, and one of their children stopped breathing. They all had to go to the hospital afterward. You protect yourself by covering your body. Obviously, it's wintertime, so most people are out there in winter weather gear and covered up, but you may want to consider things like eye protection. And that takes us to pepper spray and pepper balls. A poor trans man was hit in the eye with a pepper ball and is now going to lose their eye. So
my surgeon that worked on it, he said, yeah, he's almost certain I'll never see out of it again. I'm still worried about those neurotoxins because they won't tell us what the munition was or what metal was in it. Yeah, I need people to know. I can't just sit down and not have my story told. I think it's my duty as someone who went through this to showcase how violent DHS can get with people. And if we are met with violence for peacefully speaking our mind, then that means we do not have that First Amendment right.
Wearing some sort of eye protection or helmet, these are just really basic level things. When I go out, I'm wearing my motorcycle helmet a lot, which provides me both head protection and eye protection. Goodwills are filled with this shit for very cheap. Here's the contrast, though, of what I have seen. ICE has never been more vulnerable. It's very obvious these people are poorly trained and really don't fully grasp the risk they are taking with their actions, which is why they are really extending themselves and doing things that you only do when powerful people tell you this. Because they're overriding their own survival instincts. We're seeing lots of moments where single officers will extend themselves. Think about that hilarious, amazing video of that ICE agent running out of the car and slipping on the ice right in front of everybody and just getting totally laughed at.
Attacks my people!
And now people are memeing it amazingly, and that's very important resistance work. The Sub-Zero GIF is my favorite. These dudes aren't lining up in these rigid phalanxes where they are pressing forward. It is just dude here, dudes, car over here, and you'll just have people way the fuck out there, easily grabbable, easily attackable, right? But people aren't. They're not yet. Minneapolis has an estimated 430K people. It really doesn't matter if there are 3,000 ICE agents or 10,000 or 40,000. The ICE agents probably think of themselves as Spartans, right? We're there for every one of them, They could take 100 of every dumb Minnesotan or whatever, but that's just totally not true. Remember the testing requirements, which are basic things like sit-ups and push-ups and jogging, and they had to constantly lower the physical requirements to be an ICE agent. They had to constantly lower. They don't really do background checks anymore. A totally liberal, Trump-hating journalist got accepted into ICE because they are just doing zero vetting. And this goes to the short that I made earlier this week. These are really just white supremacists. That is the qualification that is required to be an ICE agent. You have to be very, very comfortable doing the job of committing horrific, inhuman violence against other people who are black, brown, have other countries of origin. The Venn diagram of like white supremacists and normal, functional human beings who can exist in our society as it exists and like carry on a job and have normal relationships is effectively nobody. It is a matter of time before this happens, before they experience people giving them what they give out. And there are millions of Americans very, very capable of being as violent as ICE agents. And that is what the next escalation, the next phase of this conflict, I think, is going to be, is when that happens. These two things right here, when you take highly vulnerable people who are poorly trained and they're just very angry and they want to do violence, and then you tell them, hey, full immunity on a population that has millions of guns, inevitability. Just like Renee Good's death, it was an inevitable outcome that was just waiting to happen, and the Trump regime, Stephen Miller and all them, they are more than happy to feed ICE agents to this machine to generate that. So it's coming one way or another. What we are seeing right now is the true nature of a unfortunately significant number of people in this country. When you tell people there will be no consequences for actions, you see who they really are. If I was given full immunity, my first thought process wouldn't be to arm up and start harassing my neighbors. It would be expropriating money from billionaires. And that's why I want to talk about the just doing their job. So this has been the classic police line for years. So just to be clear why this is bullshit, and if you are having conversations with family members, don't argue with dipshits on the internet, but what is the job? You know, like the job, Nazis were just doing their job, right? We have a whole defense we talked about with that. I was just doing what the guy above me said. This doesn't need to be a job. We don't need to be deporting people like this. We don't need to be violently deporting them. We could be fixing the border. We could be resolving our immigration process. We could be working to dismantle borders, which really just cause conflict. If somebody says this, the real question you need to get into is, what are their values? Because ICE's job is explicitly racist violence. That is their job. So you either do not understand that, that's an education issue, or you support it, which is far more likely, whether or not they admit it. I had a conversation with the right-wing propagandist Katie Daviscourt back at the Federal Building in July around an ICE immigration-related protest. And I got to talk to her for a little bit, and it really laid bare not only the hypocrisy, but that they don't really care about their hypocrisy. They will simply say things without truly meaning them. And I don't even know if they understand it.
It doesn't take a lot to care about the guy at Home Depot not being able to go to his family, who knows if they're going to eat that.
I think it's sad, but they made that choice.
Well, okay. The kids didn't make any choices.
The kids didn't, but the dad did.
So you're punishing children.
You crashed. And now I have to shut off the mod. Oh, damn it.
Children, right? I mean, that's the logical conclusion.
Laws. I just think everyone should follow the nation's laws.
I mean, it's very convenient, right? No, I don't know. Absolutely not.
Why not?
If a law is going to cause people to get hurt, do you care about children?
Yes, I love kids.
Okay, but not enough to let their father go home, right? Not enough to force the politicians to figure out what needs to happen with immigration first. They need to be harmed first.
You're giving me a scenario that just doesn't apply.
You're giving me a scenario that's happening all the time. That's happening right now in LA constantly. They're going to Home Depots and getting picked up.
They're doing that here too.
Yeah, and that sucks. Yeah, okay. So I'm giving you a realistic scenario that is happening right now.
And I've already told you, they made that choice, so...
But you've also said you don't care about, that you care about children. So you either don't care about children.
About the children.
You just, not if they get hurt because their dad just happens to be illegal. Then it's fine, right? Then fuck the kids, right? Be honest.
In their worldview, violently deporting immigrants, hurting children is okay when you break the law. Because ultimately, obedience to an authority is what they value. That was cool that I caught that. I'm using that take even though the read was bad because of that. And why do they believe in obedience to an authority over everything else? Because these people are Christian nationalists. That's going to be one of your biggest reasons. That's not a plus sign. There we go. Their values are tied to their Christian faith, which is very much kind of a la carte. Modern American Christianity is very whatever you feel. It's very tied to capitalism. And there's a lot of racism and homophobia in it. And that justifies the job that ICE is doing. Therefore, that is why they will say this. So again, you got to get to this core here. Don't have these bullshit conversations. Have this conversation because that's what we need.
Fuck, I think I lost all the progress I made tonight, clearing all the loot in that ship and stuff just because that fucking mod crashed me. And now I kind of want to start all over again. Because this mod that I installed, if it causes crashes, it's going to crash hardcore. I suppose it probably won't happen very often. And the crash sucks. It takes time, but it doesn't take that much time. I'm learning that maybe I should just use the death mod, and then that's it. Maybe death and gun fu. I don't know. We'll see. I with a short load like this, it's fine to turn off hardcore mod and restart it. That's okay, actually. And I don't have to do the mod load again once it's downloaded the first time. So it's not as bad as it seems.
To be doing. When people are talking about what their job is, the other thing to also note is that, boy, they sure do that job with a lot of overt disrespect and violence, which again is justified with this, right? Because obedience is critical. But boy, this is becoming a big problem for a lot of people, as it should, because if the people in your streets act like this, I mean, you're going to have a extremely chaotic, violent society. Because people aren't going to put up with this. Nobody wants to put up with overt disrespect and violence from people who are valorized in our communities, who are told that we should obey. This does not create obedience. The problem is if you want obedience, you can't be doing this to people. You're just not gonna get it. And yet that is how these Christian nationalists, that's how these fascists think, is that, oh yeah, you're not gonna do this? Well, you need to add more violence then until you obey. When you give full immunity to fascists and white supremacists and neo-Nazis, this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a lot of threats and a lot of cruelty. So that's just a logical conclusion from that. And then the other reality is that money. Money's why a lot of people are doing this. Not just because they had no opportunities, which I'm sure some of these people probably struggled to maintain normal jobs. But there is also a lot of people in here who have left the police, who have left the prison system, who have left fucking security guard jobs or other opportunities because the money is so ridiculous. ICE agents make more than highly paid technical professionals in Seattle. This is one of the best professions as far as financial compensation goes. All of these professions right here are now better paid being an ICE agent. And that's a huge problem of incentives. We need to take back power so that we can take this money back from them. I am so tired of my fucking tax dollars going to this shit. All right, so now that that stuff is said, let's talk about how we prepare yourself and your community for a gang of violent, armed, immune white supremacists to come into it. In states like Washington, we have had ICE here already, but they have largely stuck to rural communities, or they are hitting up kind of the common places like Home Depots, but in a very difficult to predict fashion, and they are doing it in these quick, light strikes. So the first thing I recommend doing is beginning the process of setting up a response network. And what that is just a channel of communication between community members who can talk about seeing ice. I recently read an article from Crime Think, and I'll go ahead and link that in the description and probably put a little screenshot of it here. But the best practices that we are seeing come out of Minneapolis, which is a much more scaled up version of what a lot of us are hopefully going to need to do, at least what we need to do here in Washington right now, is to create a big group for your sightings. And so this is where people are simply going to say, because the first step is just confusion. Hey, there's a group of cops, there's a group of black vehicles in this Home Depot parking lot. Is it ice? Is it something else? You got to figure that out first. I recently wandered by an apartment complex where there was a reported ice abduction, and I talked to the security guards there and found out that it wasn't ice. They told me a very different story of what it was, which is good to know because we need to know what places they are frequenting and targeting regularly. They are definitely targeting Home Depots in the Washington State area. This is to help with the next step of response, but it is also to help just provide reassurance to people in the community who aren't actually part of the network in the sense they're not doing the response. They're the people that are impacted, so they're afraid. And yeah, a lot of what we are doing right now with these types of groups is just making sure that, okay, that actually wasn't ice, that was something else. Oh, these vehicles you're seeing, these are for more normal processes. And that allows people to continue with their day-to-day as long as possible. Then the next step is you want to have some small, regional groups. The big group feeds the information down to the small, specific group, which is regional, and those are the people that do the action. They show up with the whistles, they show up to document what is happening, to investigate. Your options for what you do as far as an action goes really depend on how many people you have there and what their training and capabilities are. The only action I want to talk about today is documentation, because right now in a lot of places, if you haven't already set this up, you're not going to have the Minnesota 40 people show up the way that they do. They're far more advanced and the invasion is more significant there. It's difficult to miss if you're in those regions that they're harassing and going door to door and all that bullshit. But in places like Seattle, where it's a lot less significant, there's a lot more quick strikes, you're probably only going to be 1 or 2 people there. What you want to focus on is documentation. Getting the faces of the ICE agents, getting the plates of their vehicles, what type of vehicles they have, who their victims are, letting them know so that they can mount some sort of defense fund. Again, people are getting snatched out of running, moving cars, and they're just leaving it on the highway. So they're not going to report when they steal these people. So you could be doing a huge favor to at least a family member or somebody who cares, because that person's not going to come home at the end of their work shift or whatever, and you can at least provide them that guidance. The tool I recommend for this is Signal. It's not super great for bigger groups, I will simply say this, but figuring out a vetting process, who's going to be in the big group, what do they need to know, who needs to vouch for them or whatever. Small groups probably should be tighter, more vetted, more specific. You want to use Signal because you want encrypted communication. There's other tools you can do, a lot of them aren't encrypted. But they're going after Renee's entire network of people, which is probably just fucking PTA parents and shit. So this will help you protect yourself and other people. Okay, so let's also talk about preparing for the street a little bit, which I think the Hong Kong protests are a good model to kind of look back at and watch some of that footage and see how competent military and policing forces operate in crowds and how those crowds operate against them. It's really important to protect your head. I would prioritize head and eye protection very, very highly. Gas masks are great, but you can outrun a gas mask. Helmets and eye protection, those are going to take chemical, it's the blast balls, right? It's the things that they can do remotely to you that are highly kinetic. Bullets, pepper balls, all that shit. Knee and elbow pads are going to be nice. It's easy to fall down, especially in winter in Minneapolis. Ask the ICE agents, they know. But also, if you get tackled or arrested, they're not being soft. They're looking to hurt you. Gloves are really important, again, as a thing. When we fall down, we often outstretch our hands, so protecting it for that reason. But also, there's lots of things like canisters, or we may want to pick up and chuck out and get away. Boots is another big one. I don't know, I forgot that. Something where you could kick a metal object and it not hurt your foot would be great. But you also need to think about surviving kind of in your home or in a sustained method when it's not safe to leave. So making sure that you have enough food and water and cash to just kind of like stay home. Also making sure you maybe have backup power systems, battery generation, propane, cooking pieces, or even like a gas, like a generator or something.
Oh yeah,
having another
propane.
place
I
you
have
could dip
propane.
out to would be good. Having a secondary phone would be awesome. Maybe a backup secure phone. I know we're talking about money here, but I don't know. Are you still buying like $60 video games, $80 video games now? Communicating your plans to loved ones or people around you. I often talk to my neighbors about the things I'm doing because I have a pet and I want to make sure it's taken care of if something happens to me. And finally, this is dark, but I think it's important to be real. Have you sorted out your final affairs?
Yep.
Maybe just an informal like document that you sign can help. I don't have a lot of shit, but these are things that it can help out in the event that something happens to you unexpectedly. Even in situations where you're not dead, maybe you're just not accessible or you can't be communicated to for long periods of time. This kind of thing can help other people. So let me end talking about the things that I am laser focused paying attention to because I think that they are going to contribute significantly to the next phase, whatever that looks like, of this conflict. So we've got the Minnesota elected officials, Tim Walz and the Mayor Frey, telling people to just be peaceful, continue to be peaceful, we gotta be peaceful. That's not a direct anything. That's just, that's basically just victim blaming your population. And a lot of people are upset about that. Although I will say that, again, from a tactical, peaceful movement perspective, I am guessing that there's a lot of people who feel like there is nothing that they could possibly do other than that. Like that's gonna be the liberal mentality, is that this is the best thing they can possibly do and everything else is kind of out of their hands. Again, liberalism fucking sucks. That's why we're not a liberal. The new year is here, so a lot of states' legislative bodies have finally gone back into session, and so they are now talking about what laws they could be putting in order to try to protect communities. It's very, very popular right now, and one of the most popular ones is preventing law enforcement agencies from wearing masks. And this is something that Bob Ferguson, the governor of Washington, is doing, California is doing. These seem to be somewhat effective at maybe getting ICE to choose specific targets, but the reality is they don't care. When they have full immunity, they'll probably do whatever they want. And this might actually mostly just impact local police, which we're gonna talk about here in just a second, because that is critical to be paying attention to. And then of course we've got the federal people who could, at the end of January, shut the government down if they wanted to. But I think we all know they're probably not going to, and they're signaling that they're gonna keep the government running. And now that we have seen them buckle under the last shutdown, we can probably just expect that that's going to happen. So what you can probably see is that none of our elected officials are really doing anything critical and urgent to save us from what is happening from ICE. That's really the point I want to make and show you, and I don't have a lot of solutions to that. I'm an anarchist. I don't really believe in any of these people. I mentioned in the last video I talked about with ICE that I think most of them need to be replaced because they are not up to the task of actually protecting communities and defeating fascism, because to do that you need to have core principles that you are drawing from, that you do your analysis from. And these people simply do not. Their core values are largely just a finger in the wind for polling. And that's not how you run a country. That's how you get to where we're at right now. All right, so let's talk about the local police, because this is the real scary part here. In the wake of Renee Good's killing, a Minneapolis resident who I assume paid taxes which fund the Minneapolis Police Department, the guild for that Minneapolis Police Department came out and complained about the anti-police rhetoric that they said was making the situation dangerous. I talked in the last video about how a lot of individual law enforcement officers probably support ICE, and what we are clearly seeing now is there is a line being drawn where some of these police departments are clearly saying they are going to join the federal forces over the local community that pays their salary that they are accountable to. They do not believe they are accountable to their constituents. And when you watch Mayor Frey with the police chief right over his shoulder, I mean, he just looks like he is terrified of them, and he feels totally out of control. And how fucked up is it that our politicians now, that many of them are saying how afraid they are of local cops? That's why in my last short I talked about how we can't just abolish ICE. We need to abolish the police, which are both feeding ICE with people but are also part of the same project. Police in this country started in order to protect people's property, not to protect safety or loss of life. That's why your first kind of organizations that slowly became the police were things like slave catchers. And here we are, a couple hundred years later, and we're really not very far from that. These institutions are racist and white supremacist and designed to keep people down, which is why they will never create justice. If you want a police force to focus on the safety and protection of the community, you need to build it from the ground up with that intent, not protecting rich people from getting their shit stolen. Now, some police, like the Philly police chief, are coming out and saying that they don't support ICE, you know, and it's very, very easy for a police department and a police chief and elected officials to talk big smack against ICE and against the federal agencies and all this shit that people are saying at the Trump regime until it's on their doorstep, and that's when it truly matters. And so I just really want to have I'm glad to hear this, you know, I want to hear that, but the reality is this is going to be a separation point, and I can't confidently say that I believe that this is gonna maintain, you know. The scariest thing is that there are many people at the tops of our law enforcement agencies, like Keith Swank, the Pierce County Sheriff. He's the sheriff over like Tacoma and like the region just south of me here in King County. And he is an overt right-wing extremist.
Some of my colleagues naively believe that they can come here and reason with you. They don't understand what's at stake here. They don't understand you like I do. I wasn't elected chief of police. Being sheriff of Pierce County is much more than police work. Citizens reach out to me all the time regarding overreach of the government by you. Some say they finally have a voice because of me, and you want to silence it because I said transgender women are men. I said the truth. You want to give unelected bureaucracy the ability to decertify me and remove me from office because you don't agree with my speech. Just for the record, my deputies don't wear masks, but once you pass this law that they can't, I will not only allow them, but I will encourage them to do so just to see what you do. I don't recognize your authority to impose these controls over me, and when you try to remove me from office, thousands of Pierce County residents will surround the county city building in downtown Tacoma and will not allow that to happen. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I and they are prepared. Are you prepared? Finally, anyone who votes for this will never have an audience with this sheriff.
Thank you. Could I have you identify yourself for the record? I'm sorry, that is not what we do at public hearings, and you will be asked to be removed if that continues. And I'm sorry, Sheriff, for the record, we do need you to identify yourself by name.
Keith Swank.
I'm sorry, can I have you come do that at the mic so we can capture that information?
My name is Keith Swank, Pierce County Sheriff.
Thank you so much.
Last week, Keith Swank and all of the other police leadership in Washington State were at a meeting, a rally, with Michael Flynn. And Michael Flynn has been going around recruiting military and law enforcement into Trump's larger political military project. He is building support for whatever the next full military action that Trump is doing. I mean, including Venezuela, Greenland, and whenever he tries to deploy the military to American streets. Keith Swank has tried to disarm trans people, has spoken very openly about trying to disarm trans people, and we need to get him the fuck out of that position. And that's a me problem. It's a community problem here. But I hope you're looking into your local police leadership, because if you don't know what they're gonna do, you need to figure it out. ICE is scary, but what makes ICE even scarier is that when they come to your local community and they effectively recruit local cops, into their mission. In Minneapolis, local cops have joined against the community. In LA, the cops there joined against their community. In Seattle, when Christian nationalists came here, our cops joined against our community. Both of these are pressure points we should start working on to solve these problems. You do not want to have these questions when ICE comes to your community if you can all avoid it. So these are two things that I am watching and I am trying to put pressure on, and I really encourage you to do the same. One of the wild things looking at all the protests and actions happening right now is that this is the winter time. You know, this is supposed to be really truly like a time where people are just kind of sitting in their homes, chilling, relaxing. We just got out of the holiday season. You know, January is supposed to be a time where right after the holidays, everybody's supposed to be like going back to work, getting back in the swing of things, and yet there are thousands and thousands of people across this country in the streets speaking out against ICE and the things that this regime is doing. I hope you're staying locked in, because I think that this is a very important moment in this country's future, which is why I'm trying to make videos as often as possible. I'm trying to communicate what I see, why I'm not just like all these other YouTubers who are just continuing to make the same normal shit and kind of keep you disassociated away from the things that are going to be important to your future. I find that to be really, really sad. But I know that everyone else is just trying to get their bag and maybe try to disassociate their concerns away. But yeah, we're all gonna be impacted. Just an idea for everyone who has like a big audience and cares about the future of their family, their kids, maybe especially if you're one of these people that's not blonde-haired and blue-eyed like me. If you've got a following, now's the time to be talking about this, to getting people activated and engaged. You don't have to make it your only bag, the only thing you talk about, but you know, letting people know where you fall on ICE murdering people in the streets, where you fall on the violence and the rhetoric. You know, it could start the process of getting people engaged. And is it going to lose you fans and followers and money? Yeah, definitely. But that's coming anyway. As people lose the ability to pay for things, we're already seeing it. I expect in a month we will have a lot more reports, because like the end of January is the fiscal for most businesses here. So sometime in February, we are going to start hearing more about layoffs. Amazon's going to do more layoffs. The tech companies are going to do more layoffs. I expect more retail layoffs. And eventually the things that you were protecting, the things that you were trying to keep safe, they're just going to go away anyway. So that's why you should speak out now and not be a coward. But I don't know your life and I don't know what you got going on. So I hope you stay safe if that's what you're trying to do. But other than that, we're riding fast, we're taking chances. I got my R1M fixed back up, so we're gonna start doing that again. And I'm hoping to do some corking on MLK Day. Have a great MLK Day. MLK is the exact type of person we need to be reading about and studying right now. But let me suggest you don't forget about Malcolm X, because I personally find him to be more motivating. His messages and the things that he talks about, we don't live in a democracy, we live in a hypocrisy. That's the type of thing that I connect with. So ride fast and take chances. I forgot to mention that you can now support Minneapolis directly. There's a website that now contains a whole bunch of links to different groups that are mutual aid groups that are there, which I donated to. I'll provide that here, and then I'll give you some links in the description. So if you want to help the tip of the spear, which is what I encourage if you want to protect yourself, because the more they wear it out in a selfish way and the more they wear out in another community, the harder it's going to be hopefully when they come to you, the less they'll have when they come to you. I'm doing it because in a true leftist movement, you need to show solidarity as much as you can, and I want to have solidarity with Minneapolis because I went through 2020. This shit is looking a lot like fucking 2020 again. I want to help them however I can. Peace.
Yup, it was real good.
Senator Easton has never done nothing for nobody poor, not in this county. Because the people on Senator Easton's plantation is just as poor as I am. And he hadn't done anything for them. And he hadn't done anything for nobody else that's poor in Sunflower County. And I've been right here in Sunflower County since I was 2 years old.
You are watching a documentary that was on national television in 1964. I'm David Hoffman, filmmaker. I think you're going to find this really interesting. It's about this guy, James Eastland, Senator James Eastland, a devout segregationist who really believed Negroes were inferior. Now, the guy who shot this, who was a colleague of mine, he took a great risk at doing this, going down to Mississippi and shooting the people who were on James Eastland's plantation. This quote from James Eastland will give you a sense of what he thought. Quote, "I have no prejudice in my heart, but the white race is the superior race, and the Negro race an inferior race, and the races must be kept separate by law." Another quote from Eastland. There was a youth hostel being set up in his state, and it was integrated, which he did not like. Here's what he said. "You've inserted the thin end of the wedge by allowing the stinking N-word into such a fine hotel." Nice guy. He was one of those senators who in World War II said that the Negroes should not be fighting in the war because they are inferior fighters, and he was against giving them any support when they returned home. As you probably know, the black soldiers returning home didn't get the same support from the government that white soldiers got. Really unfair. And James Eastland was one of the key guys in that. So who's James Eastland? Well, his grandparents or great-grandparents were slaveholders, and they had a big plantation. And James Eastland still had that plantation, a cotton-growing plantation. And on the plantation were these crappy little houses, and he had the sharecroppers live in those houses for free. He said for life. Very generous.
Well, I think he mighty nice about that because he told me to stay there as long as I want to stay in that house. I'm in. He said, as long as I live, as long as I want to stay in the house, I could stay there.
So the film you're about to see, made in 1964, Lyndon Johnson is the president. He is a Dixiecrat Democrat like James Eastland. Only he supports a Voting Rights Act, which is before Congress at the time when this is being filmed. James Eastland and the other Dixiecrat Democrats are totally against this. Among the issues in this new legislation are food stamps, which James Eastland is against. And so you're about to see something filmed on his plantation. My colleague and a cameraman walked onto their plantation. He would have been killed if Eastland had caught them. He could shoot him. And he interviewed the sharecroppers. So before I show you the film, one of the sharecroppers who speaks became famous, Fannie Lou Hamer. She was one of the founders of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, an alternative party to the Dixiecrat Democrats in the state of Mississippi. And she and the other people speaking in this video are unafraid to speak out. I think they were unbelievably courageous, given what James Eastland could have done to them.
In Washington, Senator Eastland represents his neighbors in a fashion that some find confusing. A staunch opponent of government handouts, he did nevertheless support his colleague, Senator Stennis, who proposed a bill authorizing a $25 million emergency measure to feed hungry people. It died in the House. The senator still thinks and speaks for the folks back home. He has publicly declared that Negroes living on his plantation, working or not, have a home for life. One of his neighbors is Negro activist Fannie Lou Hamer, one of the founders of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. To her, the senator's generosity has a hollow ring.
Senator Eastland has never done nothing for nobody poor, not in this county. Because the people on Senator Eastland's plantation is just as poor as I am. And he hadn't done anything for them. And he hadn't done anything for nobody else that's poor in Sunflower County. And I've been right here in Sunflower County since I was 2 years old.
Within sight of the busy cotton gin she is supplied with her labor in these fields, Mrs. Irene Taylor lives with her family of 9. Hers is one of the few remaining tenant shacks that grace the senator's plantation.
Well, I think he mighty nice about that because he told me to stay there as long as I want to stay in that house. I'm in. He said, as long as I live, as long as I want to stay in the house, I could stay there. And any kind of help that he said that if I need amongst my children kind of sickness, he'll help me sometimes.
Some of Senator Eastland's tenants left the plantation to talk with reporter Nick Kotz. They came to talk about hunger, but water and electricity and the minimum necessities kept creeping into the conversation. In the society of indebtedness, the food bill is the last bill.
You know you have to pay tax on that money, what you borrow. You know, any money you borrow is 2 bits on a dollar. You know that.
Go over that. In other words, when you borrow money from Senator Eastland, you've got to pay an interest?
Yeah, I had to pay interest on it.
Tell us about that. Go all the way through and tell us how that works.
Yeah, see, when I borrow it, just like I borrowed $30, well, I'm got to pay 2 bits on every one of them dollars I borrowed from him.
So they're not getting anything free. If they loan them money, they might have to pay that double instead of just paying maybe 10% on the dollar. So they're not giving them anything.
The elderly are at the bottom of the poverty class. Mr. Edwards here shares quarters with 2 people who are not even related to him. Medical expenses consume their meager incomes. For the old, food stamps are a distant dream.
Food stamps, all right, if you're able to buy them. Of course, they say we'd have to pay $28, and they give us $22, which would make $50.
Tell us about what your family is going to eat until you get more.
Well, they'll eat some turnip greens and some cornbread. All I know, because I don't have anything here. And I don't have no money to buy nothing with. I don't have no job. I have been trying to get one, but I can't. And the boy, I need money now for him. He finishing school. I got to pay that money off for him, you know, in school. And he's graduating from high school to trying to go to college.
Do you feel that your 7 children are getting enough food to eat right now this week?
No, I don't think they is.
He can't choose the food if he doesn't have the money to buy the stamp. It would give him dignity if he had something he could do and then, had enough money that he could buy the stamp. But he can't hold up his head in dignity if he got to go up there and listen to people telling me, well, you better have some money, you better get you a job, because you won't get the stamp for $3 next month, because that's happening too.
We find that a lot of poor people say they can't afford stamps. They don't realize they have been spending a lot more money for food than it would take them to get the food stamps. And it takes education to reach them, and then of course it takes nutrition education to teach them what to buy and when and how to prepare it so they'll get a maximum benefit from it.
Charlie Edwards' generation may wonder at the ways of Washington, but it's too old to make any demands. But when Mr. Edwards looks at Doddsville through the eyes of his son returning from Vietnam, it's a different point of view.
I think he ought to have some of what he needs. I think he ought to have a good home to live in. I think he ought to have bathrooms in his house. I think he ought to have everything that a full man could have, especially when he went up against what's going on in Vietnam. So I think so myself if I had to go to Vietnam. I think if I went and took all the punishment and everything happened to me while I was in Vietnam, and then come back home and couldn't have a decent bed to lay down in and not a decent job, I don't think I feel like ever going back no more. It was for my country. I wouldn't feel like this for my country, not especially for my part of it, for me. I feel like it's for the other fellas did to me.
When I think about that and how hungry people are in the South, then it makes me a little sick to say, how can they spend all that much money in another country and really not doing nothing at home? See, I think charity began at home and then spread abroad.
Mississippi is a small state and a poor one. Federal funds and federal programs can help to change that. The food stamp plan was announced as a program to feed the hungry, but the people it has failed are those who have no money. Every evening as the federal workday ends, the men and women who read the reports from Doddsville head home for their dinner. The question of how to feed the hungry must still go with them.
Come join us 1 p.m. here. We'll be burning Quran, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation of Ilhan Omar, and the arrest of the scammer Tim Walz.
Fucking idiots.
You just got a small taste of the shit show that ensued in Minneapolis after self-avowed Nazi influencer Jake Lang tried to hold an anti-immigrant pro-ICE rally at City Hall. I guess that he's one of the remaining Nazis who hasn't joined ICE yet. Nevertheless, he's been there on the streets consistently to show support for the modern-day Gestapo. The week before, him and his entourage showed up blasting Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice in order to show support to the ICE Gestapo. And as they played that song, they called for ICE to go door to door to hunt down immigrants everywhere. So he's been pretty visible at anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis the past couple of weeks to antagonize protesters specifically. And if you're not familiar with Jake Long, you probably know his buddy, because last week, or the week before that actually, he went viral after Renee Good was executed because he said the following.
And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself. You're gonna get hurt today, alright? We executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday.
So to be clear, we're dealing with individuals who are explicitly in favor of violence, and it's not just that they want the ICE Gestapo to do violence on their behalf. They want to do violence themselves. But don't take it from me, let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Honestly, if I catch a Muslim that's coming at me and blow his head off outside my home and I get it on video, it'll be the most viral video of all time. Jake Lang blows the head off of a Muslim trying to jihad him. Watch it in slow motion 4K from a Ring doorbell. Pretty cool. So, you know, I mean, hey.
Don't threaten you with a good time.
Don't threaten you with a good time, yeah. You know, if I get the opportunity to slay one of these disgusting animals that's trying to threaten me and my country and my family, you know, don't threaten me with a good time, right? I mean,
yeah, so if it wasn't already obvious enough, this man is a Nazi. And if you think that that's too hyperbolic, here's a picture of him doing the Nazi salute. And no, he's not waving. He's not telling people that his heart goes out to them. He is literally Sig Heiling. And if the photo isn't convincing you, well, then maybe the video will do the trick.
If you're whatever a Nazi isn't, then I'm a Nazi, bitch.
Shut the fuck. So I just want to stress that this was a Nazi rally organized by violent Nazis who pose a direct threat to marginalized people in the community. And showing up to counter-protest open Nazism isn't just morally justified, I'd argue that it is a necessity. So that way other potentially dangerous Nazis get the message that they're also not welcome in the community. And I'm not overestimating the threat that this individual poses, because Jake was actually charged with assaulting an officer with a baseball bat, and he was one of the January 6th insurrectionists to receive clemency from President Neckpussy. So people in the community, they were right to be worried about the threat that he posed, and they took that threat seriously. Rightfully so. And unfortunately for him, he found out the hard way that all of the support that he sees online for Nazism isn't actually reflective of reality, because real people still don't fuck with Nazis. Local ABC News affiliate KJCT reports only a small number of people showed up for Lang's demonstration, while hundreds of counter-protesters converged at the site, yelling over his attempts to speak and chasing the pro-ICE group away. They forced at least one person to take off a shirt that they deemed objectionable. Lang appeared to be injured as he left the scene, with bruises and scrapes on his head. In Minneapolis, snowballs and water balloons were also thrown before an armed police van and heavily equipped city police arrived. We're out here to show Nazis and ICE and DHS and MAGA you are not welcome in Minneapolis, protester Luke Remington said. Quote, "Stay out of our city, stay out of our state, go home." So suffice to say, I think that the message was received loud and clear. And it did look like he ended up getting stitches for a gash on the back of his head, and I don't know if that was because somebody hit him or because he fell. More on him falling later. But at the end of the day, I do think that his ego was probably injured the most, because to say that counter-protesters merely chased him away, it doesn't paint a big enough picture of what actually happened. This man was completely and utterly humiliated and emasculated while he was being chased off by protesters, and I just have to show you the footage because just explaining what happened doesn't do it justice.
He got his ass beat.
This happened doesn't do it just, and it or because he fell, more on him falling later. But at the end of the day, I do think that his ego was probably injured the most, because to say that counter protesters merely chased him away, it doesn't paint a big enough picture of what actually happened. This man was completely and utterly humiliated and emasculated while he was being chased off by protesters, and I just have to show you the footage because just explaining what happened doesn't do it justice.
Jake, why are you here? Oh! Oh, damn, you bit it into some stone because you suck dick. Ah, Nazi fell on his ass. Nazi fell on his ass. They're like throwing snow at him.
Fucking brutal. So he showed up, puffing out his chest, talking tough, calling for violence against immigrants, only to be humbled in the most humiliating way imaginable for all of the world to see, mind you. Not just that crowd that was there, all of us online are now watching too. And before he was chased off, he tried to give a speech, but he barely got a word in edgewise because he was being heckled so loudly, nonstop, while people were throwing water at him. And if that wasn't bad enough already, a literal comedian showed up.
It's like, Russ, what do you do to shitheads like this when it's freezing cold in Minneapolis? You dump a bucket of water on them and they freeze to death. Fuck you, fascist. Somebody brought a spray gun to Minneapolis so they could rust this fucking stupid piece of shit. Fuck you, Nazi. Get a bucket of water tossed all over you.
Make fun of him at the same time.
It is. He's got to go home at that point. He's freezing. He's gonna freeze. He's gonna freeze to death out there. He's got to go home.
I'm with the incel, Nick.
I'm with the incel, Nick Lang, or whatever his fucking name, worthless name is. Why does your hair look like Hitler, you fucking Nazi? You fucking... Shit, we crashed your party, didn't we? Your Hitler hairdo's making me feel ill, you little girl. Jesus Christ. Your Hitler hairdo's making me feel fucking ill. Jesus Christ, and we have crashed your party, haven't we?
What's your body count, man? Jake Lang.
What's your body count, man? Hey, I'm with incel Jake Lang.
What's Jeremy, though? It's Jeremy. What's it like being a virgin? When was the last time you legally touched a vagina? Jake Lang has never legally touched a vagina.
Do not touch. Do not touch.
When was the last time you've legally touched a vagina, Jake?
Do not touch.
Do not touch.
So Jake, I've been talking to ICE officers trying to explain where the clitoris is. God bless. So do you need help finding the clitoris? Jake Lang, where's the clitoris? People want to know.
Yeah, lucky for him, he doesn't need to know because he's never going to get that close to a woman in the first place, ever. Not that there's anything wrong with being a virgin, it's just important that we remind Nazis like him that he will be perpetually lonely for the rest of his life, and if he had any sense, he'd do the world a favor and kill himself. But the irony is that this white supremacist piece of shit might have actually gotten his ass beaten if it wasn't for minorities that he hates so much stepping in to save his ass. I say that because this black man intervened to get the crowd to back off and then escorted him to safety, at least the best that he could, seeing as how the force of gravity was also there counter-protesting as well. But once he was far enough away from the crowd, he then jumped into a random vehicle with two women and begged them to drive away. But unbeknownst to him, that car belonged to a woman of color and her trans friend, who also happened to be an immigrant. And later on, when he got to the hospital, he was tended to by a black woman who happened to be wearing a hijab. Now, as a self-proclaimed Christian, LOL, you would think that he would interpret their kindness as some sort of a sign that God was maybe trying to teach him something. And he talks about that kerfuffle as if his life was genuinely in danger, and he even referred to it as a lynching, which is extremely fucking melodramatic. But if he really felt like his life was in danger, which is doubtful, but if he felt that way, you would think that he'd have a new perspective on life, seeing as how by his own estimation, people of color literally saved his life. But that's not the case, because he was doubling down on the Nazi bullshit the very next day on Alex Jones's show, despite people of color intervening to help him.
We are under attack. Our way of life is being absolutely destroyed. We are being replaced in our homelands, and now if we go out and even mention our displeasure with our displacement, crowds of self-hating white people and illegal immigrants will attack you for being white or Christian. Let's talk about what was wrong with yesterday. Let's talk about the two main things that were wrong with yesterday. The Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Boogaloo Boys, the American Patriots watched a white Christian conservative get lynched, and nobody was there to stand up for me.
Well, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers,
because they're pussy Nazis,
and the 3%ers are all in ICE now, and they're out terrorizing immigrants like you want them to, so they're a little bit preoccupied. But he's claiming nobody was there to stand up for him. I guess that the black man that was escorting him away was invisible. Maybe he didn't notice. I'm not really sure. But I mean, he intervened to help him, and then he says nobody helped me, because he wanted a white man to help him, right? The black man who intervened on his behalf doesn't count, because he doesn't see that man as an equal human being. In fact, when they found out that the trans woman who helped him was also an immigrant, take a guess what the right's reaction online was. They were calling for her to be deported as well, and she wasn't the hero of his story like she should have been. But just because Jake and his ilk are too stupid to learn from this experience doesn't mean that we should be equally dense. The lesson for the rest of us is that you're not going to cleanse their souls of hate by showing them kindness. No matter how hard you try, no matter how nice you are to them, even if you come to their defense, fascists will never ever view marginalized people as equal, because they fundamentally don't view them as human beings. These people can't be reasoned with. Make of that what you will. And I do feel bad for the trans woman and her friend who's getting some criticism from fascists, as well as everybody else who's accusing them of collaborating with fascists, because that's not actually the case. They were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and they didn't know who he was. But I want to share the video that they released, because they clarified what happened, because they wanted to make it clear that they don't support ICE or what ICE is doing, and they don't support fascists. But here's what they say happened.
We see him run up to our car, and he's like, "Can I please get in? Can I please get in? Like, they hurt me so bad, da 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 da." That's all the context we have. So in our heads, it's like, oh my God, like, was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
we thought ICE was after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like, hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and, like, beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like, what is going on?
Surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like, we saw an injured man, so like, obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. What? And I don't know him.
So we literally just go around the block, and I'm like, you know what, like, you need to get out.
Yeah, we're still in the same spot.
What is going on? Like, whose side are you on right now? Because, like, this is not okay. And I'm just getting super weird, bad vibe from this dude. And he's just like, oh, Trump something me. I gotta owe him back. And I'm just like,
yeah, he was
I don't care what Trump did for you. Like, ICE is fucking shit. Like, who are you? Like, who are you? And then I find out who he is. I'm like, I don't care if your Uber's here. You're not gonna wait in my fucking car. You need to get out right now.
As fuck.
Now, if the roles were reversed and Jake Lang saw two women who looked like them run up to his car and beg him for help, do you think that he would do the same for them? Of course not. If he saw a violent mob of white Klansmen cornering that black man and he recognized him as the man who helped him, do you think that he would return the favor? Do you think he would intervene on that man's behalf? No. The only way he would intervene is to join the white supremacist mob. See, because you can't defeat the threat of Nazism with a heart-to-heart or a hug. Everyone knows the only way to defeat Nazism is to vote, of course. That's a joke. obviously. You know, it'd probably take too long for me to explain how to denazify the country, so I'm just gonna go ahead and beam some additional, very nuanced thoughts into your brain about some other ways to address the Nazi threat that we're currently facing. But on a serious note, I do find it encouraging that another Nazi rally turned into a complete fucking shit show yet again. I mean, with everything going on in the country, I'm sure he felt like it was probably safe to come out of the closet, but that's not ever going to be the case, most likely. At least I don't think that's going to be the case, because even other Nazis have enough brain cells to recognize that you can't really do that. Hence why almost all of them have probably already joined ICE, because they understand that if they really want to LARP as Third Reich brown shirts, it's easier to live out that fantasy under the veil of the state's legitimacy and with the protection of state power. Regardless, if Nazis do want to fuck around and find out, I'm gonna get some popcorn and watch.
Me too. Fucking stupid piece of shit brown shirt wannabes.
First off, let me start by saying, if a hood vlog is what your audience likes, and they don't really want to hear anything else from you, you can always go to Tommy G route, where he went from going to the hood and asking questions to being an actual investigative journalist. In other words, if you want to document crime, do it for real, man. Stop just pulling up on these guys in front of their grandma's house and saying, "This y'all hood? Is it dangerous?" Like, damn, bro. You know that if the video gets a lot of views, you getting paid a lot of money. Most of these YouTubers are not splitting the revenue from these videos with the guys they come to interview. It's no different than the guys going on No Jumper for free. And again, there are guys who used to do this type of content that branched off and actually expanded, like Brandon Buckingham. He went from hood videos to documenting the crisis in Lebanon. And one of the problems I have with the hood vlogs is just being from a city so beautiful that it's been the set of several movies. I know that when some guy from like rural Kansas or Pennsylvania or something sees a YouTuber go to O-Block, he thinks that's what the whole city looks like. I have genuinely met a Marine, a guy who stockpiles guns at his house that was afraid to visit Chicago. And I told him like, hey bro, you know it's not even in the top 10 for the most dangerous cities in the US, right? I grew up in the hood and violence is pretty easy to avoid because majority of the time, the people that you see getting shot knew very well what they were into. And it's also easier to exploit the young and poor. And considering the fact that most gang members are teenagers, of course it's easy to get them on camera. They think it's cool. They don't have jobs, they're kids. And these hood vlogs are not just in America. It's happening in the UK and even Germany, damn. Anyway, I was born in Inglewood, not Inglewood, so I didn't know that Munchie B was a shooter back in the day. Why did this man let Adam 22 of Nashua, New Hampshire abuse him? I literally saw the man kick Munchie B, and brother, how much could Adam have possibly paid you to essentially bully you on camera? And he literally even made a diss song about one of the Crips in LA losing his hand. And also, I salute the rappers that went with the F the streets narrative. And you know it's legit when a clown like this doesn't approve of it. Like, brother, you almost 30, brother. Your name Jonathan, brother. You was supposed to be a grad student at UCLA.
Hey, we're here with Jonathan.
And you might have been if you wasn't trash at football in college. But anyway, we even got this guy who's known for covering world politics, calling O-Block the most dangerous block in America, which hasn't even been close to being true in over a decade. The deadliest neighborhood in America is somewhere in New Orleans, bro. But he doesn't know that because this one block managed to have a bigger press run than any influencer or rapper in the last 10 years. And of course, drill started on this block with a 16-year-old kid. But here are the facts. As of January 18th, 2026, there hasn't been a single murder or even a person shot in or around O-Block since July. And this shooting resulted in no fatalities. So how can the most dangerous block in America go 6 months without a shooting? I'm just saying, you want to report on crime, dig deeper than interviewing some random guys on the street or just making a random claim that the most famous block you know is the most dangerous. Find me a drug trafficking ring in Chinatown. Look through some federal paperwork, give me something. Go interview Chris Brown and ask him how he a dance in Peru. Shout out to 8am Killer though. This is a guy from Chicago and he pulled up on 79th Street in Chicago just to troll. Which if you don't know, this is a very treacherous block, no matter what part of 79th you on.
Send this to somebody from 79th. Ooh, you from 79th, ain't you? Ooh, I see you, little baby 79th. Ain't you from 79th? Ooh. Tickle, 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 tickle.
But this guy, 8am, is not a gang member. He's just a funny guy that also raps. And he literally pulled up here just to say tickle, tickle. And he ain't gotta check in with nobody. It's not that bad in the city if you don't gangbang. My biggest video was about gang violence in Puerto Rico. And if I ever go out there to San Juan or Carolina, I'm passing out money, bro. I'm asking the local kids who want to go to college. I'm not pulling up to the Jordan's projects and asking them how far they hood stretch. If I'm a gang member and I pop up in your vlog showing my gun and talking shit, I'ma feel like a damn dummy when you leave my block and I don't even profit from it. Because you know some of these guys rap and they think being on your channel is gonna help them get notoriety or even blow up, but it's not 2016. They not even gonna look you up. Just like I'm not pulling up and filming a crackhead, bro. And I understand that not everybody is doing this for views. Some people are just genuinely trying to document a problem with boots on the ground, and I respect that. But every channel ain't like that, we already know. Covering crime isn't the problem, right? Because the crime is going on whether you've ever heard of this area or not. The problem is when you pull up and interview a bunch of teenagers and have no real purpose. It's like Adam22 going to hoods and inviting gang members on his channel just so he can bait them into talking about people they don't like and just hoping somebody crashes out on his channel. But he doesn't even have to. On the No Jumper Clip channel, his biggest videos are about adult content creators. But the only thing that gets the same number of views is when a gang member crashes out. When in theory, he could just center his entire channel on adult content, but I think he just likes having gang members around. And y'all must like being around him. And I've said this before, but this man gotta be a government asset or something. Did your dad get a pardon from the President of the United States? Because his dad got one. Gossiping and trying to bait people into bringing up conflicts is nothing new. Back in the day, MTV used to tell cast members in reality shows to say things that they knew would cause a problem because it was good for entertainment. And hood vlogs are older than YouTube. But damn, if the guys in the hood just started vlogging themselves, it would make a lot more sense. Then your hood can monetize off of your hood, and maybe y'all could even make it out. But then again, I don't respect going to war with your own community, or any community. I understand that a lot of these guys are misled, and that's why I branch out from just covering teenage gang members, bro. I cover adults, the mafia, the triads, the guys that can't be exploited because they don't want to be on camera. Because in reality, 99% of these gang members are broke, they live at grandma's house, and when they die, their family gotta make a GoFundMe, bro. I'm just keeping it real. And something very disturbing that I've seen in a lot of these hood vlogs is gang members identifying as Muslim. How you gonna be a gang member and a religious man? And it's not even new. This is just like the Italian mafia. Many of these guys will identify as Catholic and then order a hit at the same time. They even said King Von converted to Islam before he died. Like, oh my God, man.
Christians.
Listen, freedom of religion and all that, I'm for it. But you can't be a religious gang member, brother. You ain't fighting for no real cause, brother. Just like you can't be a loan sharking extortionist and a man of God, brother. Tony Soprano was a fictional character, but he was for the most part an atheist, which made sense considering he was out here killing people. And here's a message to all the people saying, the people who make videos about the hood are part of the problem. Brother, if that was true, then explain to me why the murder rate was higher before the internet existed. It's almost like violent crime went down because there are more ways to make money now. There's a kid from the north side of Chicago who, at 16, was told by a guy 15 years older than him to shoot a rival gang member. He ended up catching a murder charge, but due to his youth and the fact that the police wanted the grown man who ordered the hit behind bars more than this kid, he got out, became an entrepreneur, and even started a youth mentor group in the city. What's part of the problem is parents that don't keep track of their kids, and also the parents with no common sense raising kids who don't have common sense. Because no matter where you go, it seems like the people with the least amount of education in any community usually have the most kids. A point that the movie Idiocracy hilariously made years ago. We've all seen a gang member in the hood with 10 kids, just like we've all seen an alcoholic couple in a trailer park with 10 kids. So stop all that. The streets are way more glorified in the streets than they could ever be on social media. And look, stop defending hip hop. You can listen to what you want, but if I listen to death metal and I tell myself that it's a positive movement, that's like saying Final Destination was an educational movement. And to the old heads, I know y'all have a different view since you remember music from the 80s and 90s, but that shit wasn't good for the community. It was just cool. Just like smoking a cigarette used to look cool back in the day. We had paid advertisements of people smoking cigarettes, bro. You can enjoy it, but let's not lie. Music is entertainment. Go read something. Damn. And I don't trust nothing a rapper say, especially a rapper as big as 21 Savage. But he said F the streets, so at the very least, I respect that because it's a good precedent to set. And Blueface, man. Yo baby mama was at Diddy's house, brother. He kissed her and everything, brother. You shouldn't even be worried about the streets. If you keep this up, I'm gonna have to start doing you like I did Lil Baby in my old videos. And street culture is only your culture if you in the streets. If you not in the streets and you don't gangbang, it don't matter who you are. This is not your culture. That's why I don't listen to celebrities when they call people culture vultures. Cause some of y'all don't even know what your culture is. And you listening to people that get paid to have an opinion. I get paid no matter what my opinion is. So therefore, I just say what I actually believe. believe? Why y'all think you don't see no sponsorships on my channel? Because no sponsor has reached out to me with a product that I believe in. I'm not about to push anything onto my audience, bro. Just like I wouldn't give a kid an alcoholic beverage. It's no different. But alright, man, I'm about to go drink a milkshake or something. I appreciate y'all for watching and supporting as always, and I'll see you next time.
I like Bethesda games a lot more without the voice now. Maybe I should do Oblivion Remastered.
First off, let me start by saying,
Oh, I got to the end of my list. That's good. So now we start over on the main page. 9:45. The Philip DeFranco from 7 hours ago. Cyberpunk 2077 VR mod situation is crazy from Kira. White supremacist saved by a black man in Minneapolis by Reese Wathers. Life's too short for games that feel like a chore. I exposed, infiltrated, and shut down a racist network dressed as a pink Power Ranger. Black Panther's Ice Face Off just got worse in Philadelphia. That's Emma Lopez. I'll take it. Growing Up with Racism, a Personal Story from David Hoffman. Yeah, those are good. And why aren't more true crime creators anti-cop? Yeah, yeah, it's kind of weird. That's an interesting question. Maggie Mayfish. We'll swing. Why not? All hell breaks loose as Trump's ICE joins with us. U.S. Army. Midas Touch and Status Quo. Paris is burning. State of Dress. Get him off stage. Green Day destroys Trump in Minneapolis. I'm not a part of MAGA agenda. Green Day destroyed Trump in Minneapolis. What the heck is a dumb bullet anyways? Yeah. Today I found out. That sounds good. Oh, that was Fannie Lou Hamer? Yeah, what happened to this lady? She was amazing when she spoke. That one might be good, but I won't make it all the way through. I could save the list and do the rest tomorrow. U.S. Democratic Socialist from an hour ago. It's a new video doing well. Air Force One turns back minutes after leaving for Switzerland. Battle over Minnesota immigration crackdown and all that. Rocket League's biggest cheater is back. How Charles Starkweather became the natural born killer. Starkweather. Will Sasso best in TV sketches. Can't do that. The reason everyone voted Trump is sicker than we thought. You seem to really want me to watch this video, so I will. A Russian prisoner never forgot the American POWs who fed him in a Nazi camp. CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. What really happened to John Candy? Wow, there's a lot of good stuff on my main page today for some reason. It's a fucking Tuesday. Okay, Hook Global is always really good. Vice is broken, and bad documentaries. Vice is broke and bad documentaries. This is James Brown, strangest interview ever. Ooh, Punkorama DVD. Yeah, the Punkorama DVD. Yeah. Ooh, the Epitaph.